Hello, everyone. Starting a little bit late today. Try to get some sleep, but my special needs kiddo decided that wasn't an option. And yeah, tried to take care of them, nap off and on, and here I am. But so the last thing I left off as from yesterday, or this morning, I guess. All of my PlayFab and online functionality is complete. And so now I'm getting into the art side of things. Now, one thing that I just found out about this morning, as I was barely able to function from lack of sleep, was yesterday was Quake's 30th anniversary. And it just so happens I am doing a Quake style game. So that's kind of wild. And so my goal right now is to do some texture tests and some monster design stuff. And so the change I'm doing with Quake, because I'm not a 3D modeler by trade, so I'm going to do very robot type things. I think the theme is kind of a clockwork type theme. So I need to do like a reference board for that, like clockwork. The thing that comes to my mind is like clockwork, Magic the Gathering maybe. Images. Yeah, maybe that's a little bit too not quite what I'm looking for. Clockwork Punk. Does that bring up anything? Any ideas? So like stuff like this, very gears oriented. And part of that reasoning is I can make it look a lot better by doing animation through code versus through animating. So we're going to have some... There's so much AI trash these days. It's so bad. But yeah, so like let's take the flyers for example. And I probably will just start... well, one, I want to do some texturing. So let me just fiddle with some stuff in Photoshop. And so we're going really gritty. So 64 by 64. That's not 64 by 64. For the textures. And then I also need Quake color palette. I think I sort of want to stay in that still. Quake palette. Let's copy that. I think this one's 256 by 256. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So I can delete that. Let's maybe move this. Can I drag this here? There we go. And so let's just start doing a bit of a test here. We'll get And I think it's got paint. Is it spray brush? So we're going to start with some random stuff here. Where's eyedropper? We'll start with something like this. I'm trying to think about how I'm going to do this, but size 3. I wonder if I can do some, like, let's do that. Maybe some filters on texture. Something like this. Just going to save this as for now. All right. Now this one I want to do. I'm trying to remember the way to do this. World coordinate texture Unreal Engine.
Hi.
World aligned texture. All right, so now we can scale it up, I believe. Um, text chord. Yeah, we'll just multiply. Okay, we're getting to the. Let's look at some maybe Quake textures as well. Quake wall. So we need, if we go back here, let's go a darker color. And we can actually do a gradient fill as well. Or sometimes I do it this way. Let's do black. Oh, black. And we will choose, I guess like something like that. Come on. Alright, so blending options. Do gradient overlay. We're going to get something like this. Make it a little brighter. Hello. Okay. Mm-hmm.
When working on Borean's full model thing, I finally learned how to draw feet.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. That's the one thing I was dreading when doing his full body things was drawing the feet because that's the one thing I've neglected the most in learning.
Yeah.
Erin needs help lacing her shoes, and I'm not very good at it.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. I had the AFK for like 30 minutes here. Hear me. All right. So we're going to attempt to figure out the Quake art style today. I'm going to download Quake original textures. She said she just drove her to camp or whatever youth group. Yeah, yeah. To image. What is going on here? Am I missing a pop-up somewhere? Weird. Is it 8?
and things, and also some best practices that'll help you and save some time for you. So our map comes
So
up,
I'm going
and
through
we
some
want to go to the
texturing,
face inspector,
and
down at the bottom we hit texture collections, and we're going to hit plus at the bottom to add a WOD. And then this allows you to select the path type. I always use
this might be for just applying textures.
and control fashion so you can see the edges into the UV editor here. And mouse over them. It's gonna snap to the change. Same with Y. Adjustments in these text boxes. How much your texture. And I have 2 WODs loaded down. Here are aligned. Click here. It's at 1. And then this is a movie. If I'm making a crate, there's no. I'm Dump Truck DS, and this is the first of a number of features. This map designed for Quake, and later down much to work with, and the mood and atmosphere of Quake is a testament to the talent of the original artist who created this world. Let's look at the Quake palette. The first 8 rows go from dark to light.
Yeah, watch that. Whatever.
The special are different than those used in QB. There's no so where can wood textures all sky can also use skybox. Continuing through plus. I haven't seen the tutorial. Keep that in mind. Use the last color in the Quake funk illusions and make over files for him. See you in the next video. I'm Dump Truck DS, and this is the first of a number of tutorials on textures. I'm Dump Truck DS. This is not the Quake palette, I can tell by looking at it. So already made a WOD to the Quake 2 palette, or a combination information. So when you launch Wally, it's going to default to the Quake 2 palette, or a combination of the Quake 1 and 2 palette. I'm not exactly sure what it's loading here, but this is not the Quake palette, I can tell by looking at it. So already made a WOD here called Tutorial WOD. As soon as I double click on one of these, the palette will load. First of all, in this lower left-hand corner, there's a couple of these icons here, and this is basically toggling a tiled view, so you can see that you can check the seams and everything, and we'll get to that in a little bit. This
Wally.
is for Half-Life, and these are for animated textures, which I showed you in a previous tutorial. So as I said, I want to kind of focus on the things that are very specific to Wally that you won't find in other image editing programs, or at least they'll be very different. So before we do anything, I want to be clear about something that's super important. If you're new to Wally, you're going to want to have these toggle settings enabled. I don't know why it doesn't default to this, because these are so important. So you're always going to want to have these up, or at least most of the time when you're making stuff with Wally. And we'll get to all the specifics, but they are context sensitive. So it depends on what your tool is selected as to what it displays and what you can control. So it's a little wonky, but you'll get it. It's not too hard. So we have a spray paint. First of all, my brush is way too big. So I'm gonna make it 4 pixels. That's under settings here. You have a zoom level here. Use your mouse wheel for that. You can have a different shape of a brush. So you can have round, you can have square, you can have diamond. This percentage thing here is you can see here, least, a little bit, medium, more, or most. And that's just the amount, depending on the tool, of course, that you're applying the given effect. So in this case, it's kind of adding noise. And if I did most, it would be really aggressive. So what I want to do with this slip light texture is I've got some Fulbrights down here, and I want to make a Fulbright version of this in blue. So what I want to do is take the brightest light, and I'm going to sample that by left clicking on the color. So if I spray paint this, you can see it's introducing noise and it's kind of dithering this, and it's not really the greatest for this situation. So I'm going to click on replace. So I'm going to sample this color. I'm going to control and right click. And then you'll notice down here on the right, it is, sampled on the right hand, the bottom selection. And then I've got this already sampled there, so I'm ready to go. Now I'm going to make this a little bigger, and I'm going to paint, and it's only doing that color. So that's the beauty of replace. You can pick with your color picker a specific color, and it's going to just stick to that. But what if I did recolor? Well, if I click on that, it's going to take this, and it's going to grab things from the palette, and it's also going to kind of replace all the similar colors. But here's the problem. I don't want this green tint here. So I'm going to undo that, and I'm just going to do this by hand. So I'm going to go back to replace. I'm going to sample this by control right clicking. Now I've got a new sample color. Now I'm going to go to this next entry here and make my pixels a little bigger. And there we go. I'm replacing that. Now eventually I'm going to run out of
Alright, so I downloaded Wally. Apparently this is the texturing software. Can I export, if I do this, Okay, I do have the ability to export as PNG and stuff. So it's tutorial time.
To the Quake 2 palette, or a combination of the Quake 1 and 2 palette. I'm not exactly sure what it's loading here, but this is not the Quake palette. I can tell by looking
All right,
at
so
it.
let's just close
So
out of Photoshop.
I already made a WOD here called tutorial WOD. As soon as I double click on one of these, the palette will load. First of all, in this lower left-hand corner, there's a couple of these icons here, and this is basically toggling a tiled view. So you can see that you can check the seams and everything, and we'll get to that in a little bit. This is for Half-Life, and these are for animated textures, which I showed you in a previous tutorial. So as I said, I want to kind of focus on the things that are very specific to Wally that you won't find in other image editing programs, or at least they'll be very different. So before we do anything, I want to be clear about something that's super important. If you're new to Wally, you're going to want to have these toggle settings enabled. I don't know why it doesn't default to this, because these are so important. So you're always going to want to have these up, or at least most of the time when you're making. You're going to want to have these toggle settings enabled. I don't know why it doesn't default to this, because these are so important. So you're always going to want to have these up, or at least most of the time when you're making stuff with Wally. And we'll get to all the specifics, but they are context sensitive. So it depends on what your tool is selected as to what it displays and what you can control. So it's a little wonky, but you'll get it. It's not too hard. So we have a spray paint. First of all, my brush is way too big, so I'm going to make it 4 pixels. That's under settings here. You have a zoom level here. Use your mouse wheel for that. You can have a different shape of a brush. So you can have round, you can have square, you can have diamond. This percentage thing here is you can see here, least, a little bit, medium, more, or most. And that's just the amount, depending on the tool, of course, that you're applying the given effect. So in this case, it's kind of adding noise. And if I did most, it would be really aggressive. So what I want to do with this slip light texture is I've got some Fulbrights down here, and I want to make a Fulbright version of this in blue. So what I want to do is take the brightest light, and I'm going to sample that by left clicking on the color. So if I spray paint this, you can see it's introducing noise, and it's kind of dithering this, and it's not.
Let's try this. How do I save a palette? That's what I'm trying to do right now. Colors, save palette. Quake 1. Okay. And then colors, load palette, Quake 1. There we go.
Not really the greatest for this situation. So I'm going to click on replace. So I'm going to sample this color. I'm going to control and right click. And then you'll notice down here on the right, light texture is
Right, now that I'm actually paying attention.
Down below to the Quake 2 palette, or a combination of the Quake 1 and 2 palette. I'm not exactly sure what it's loading here, but this is not the Quake palette. I can tell by looking at it. So I already made a WOD here called tutorial WOD. As soon as I double click on one of these, the palette will load. First of all, in this lower left-hand corner, there's a couple of these icons here, and this is basically toggling a tiled view. So you can see that you can check the seams and everything, and we'll get to that in a little bit. This is for Half-Life, and these are for animated textures, which I showed you in a previous tutorial. So as I said, I want to kind of focus on the things that are very specific to Wally that you won't find.
All right, so there's little buttons in the bottom left.
I made a WOD here called tutorial WOD. As soon as I double click on one of these, the palette will load. First of all, in this lower left-hand corner, there's a couple of these icons here, and this is basically toggling a tiled view. So you can see that you can check the seams and everything, and we'll get to that in a little bit.
Assume that's those things.
This is for Half-Life, and these are for animated textures, which I showed you in a previous tutorial. So as I said, I want to kind of focus on the things that are very specific to Wally that you won't find in other image editing programs, or at least they'll be very different. So before we do anything, I want to be clear about something that's super important. If you're new to Wally, you're going to want to have these toggle settings enabled. I don't know why it doesn't default to this, because these are so important. So you're always going to want to have these up, or at least most of the time when you're making stuff with Wally. And we'll get to all the specifics, but they are context sensitive. So it depends on what your tool is selected as to what it displays and what you can control. So it's a little wonky, but you'll get it. It's not too hard. So we have a spray paint. First of all, my brush is way too big. So I'm going to make it 4 pixels. That's under settings here. You have a zoom level here. Use your mouse wheel for that. You can have a different shape of a brush. So you can have round, you can have square, you can have diamond. This percentage thing here is you can see here least, a little bit, medium, more, or most. And that's just the amount, depending on the tool, of course, that you're applying the given effect. So this, in this case, it's kind of adding noise.
I'm like scroll brainer at the moment.
It's a little wonky, but you'll get it. It's not too hard. So we have a spray paint. First of all, my brush is way too big. So I'm going to make it 4 pixels. That's under settings here. You have a zoom level here. Use your mouse wheel for that. You can have a different shape of a brush. So you can have round, you can have square, you can have diamond. This percentage thing here is you can see here least, a little bit, medium, more, or most. And that's just the amount, depending on the tool, of course, that
That's
you're
so
applying
nice.
the given effect. So this, in this case, it's kind of adding noise. And if I did most, it would be really aggressive. So what I want to do with this slip light texture is I've got some Fulbrights down here, and I want to make a Fulbright version of this in blue. So what I want to do is take the brightest light, and I'm going to sample that by left clicking on the color. So if I spray paint this, you can see it's introducing noise and it's kind of dithering this, and it's not really the greatest for this situation. So I'm going to click on replace. So I'm going to sample this color. I'm going to control and right click. And then you'll notice down here on the right, it is, sampled on the right hand, this bottom selection. And then I've got this already sampled there, so I'm ready to go. Now I'm going to make this a little bigger, and I'm going to paint, and it's only doing that color. So that's the beauty of replace. You can pick with your color picker a specific color, and it's going to just stick to that. But what if I did recolor? Well, if I click on that, it's going to take this and it's going to grab things from the palette, and it's also going to kind of replace all the similar colors. But here's the problem. I don't want this green tint here. So I'm going to undo that, and I'm just going to do this by hand. So I'm going to go back to replace. I'm going to sample this by control right clicking. Now I've got a new sample color. Now I'm going to go to this next entry here and make my pixels a little bigger. And there we go. I'm replacing that. Now eventually I'm going to run out of blue Fulbrights, but I'm just going to do this for right now. And I'm going to sample this. Now I'm going to have to go to some other colors, but what I'll do is I'll just kind of head up here and sample this color. And then I'll just maybe sample this guy. So that was just using the replace, and it's you can see it's a little labor intensive, but at least it's really accurate that way. So let's look at spray recolor on a larger texture that's 64 by 64, and I've zoomed in quite a bit so you can see what's going on. So I've chosen this green color in here, and it's just going to try to map the luminance values, and I have this set to a little bit. I don't want to completely recolor every single pixel. So it's actually pretty good. I think this actually looks pretty decent, and you do want that variation. So let me undo. There's almost like a gray color right here, just here and there. I think it's probably a good idea to have those little variances. So let's make a new base texture. And what a base texture is something I want to use over and over again and then add different elements to. And I'm not going to go into a lot of detail, but let's just do this very quickly here. So when you say create new, it's going to come up and you could do a new WOD, or in this case, I just want a new texture. So it's going to be a MIP. It's going to come over here. I want 64 by 64. Now I'm going to do spray recolor or spray paint.
I'm half listening here and just messing around. TJ is fine. Export. Interesting. Definitely has a start of that look of that Quake vibe. I wonder what type of Unreal settings for Quake 1 graphics.
So you wanna create PS1 style graphics inside Unreal Engine 5. Let's go down to rendering. scroll down to default settings here, and here we can unplug the ambient occlusion, untoggle bloom, and here anti-aliasing on none, and the ASAA sample count also to none. This will already boost our performance a bit, and as you can see, we get here on the edges a bit more pixelation going on. A very crucial thing is the frame rate. Frame rate, we have here smooth frame rate or fixed frame rate. By default, nothing is activated from both. That means your graphic cards and your PC will have access to all of its performance. That's not good. We don't need 300 FPS for a game, especially not for a retro game. So with those two options you have here, for example, fixed frame rate, very simple. You say a value, something like 30 frames a second, and your game runs at that frame rate. A bit more retro would be, for example, 15, but I mean you can also go with higher numbers, but it will be
I'll be right back here.
You can be a bit more. And a maximum value,
I got my
and
special needs
desired
kiddo here.
minimum rate, and automatically according to, and desired minimum rate, and automatically according to the performance of the PC.
Alright, so let's run away. So we can see the frame rate's much low. It's like super chop, a little bit choppy. That's probably too choppy. So maybe we'll go to 30. You can see we're getting some retro vibes now.
Game project is played on, it will search in the space between those values. I like to go with fixed frame rates. Let's go with 30. And that's so far what you can adjust inside the project settings. I have to say there's are the big basics for getting more performance out of your retro project. Let's hit export, save those settings. So next time we start up with here, for example, mobile, those are the settings, and the rest you can leave the rest as default. Let's give this a try to see how it's currently running in the current state. So we have, this is the current state with, and set out of, and really nice crisp pixelation out of this current project and situation. The thing is, you can set up that before you start your project with a blank project or on your current project. You know what you have to do inside the project settings. And now let's check out what we can else do. For that, I need you to go inside the folder of your project. In my case, I saved my project under Documents, Unreal Projects. Here I have all my projects, blank project, and slowly through it. scroll down until you find anti-aliasing here, and above is temporary. So let's make here a space between. Okay. So before that we set up the MSAA count to none, but here's still 1. We want to change that to 0.
Alright, let's check that. Okay, register. No, that's the wrong one. SpinLock. Default engine. Let's see if it worked. Yeah, it didn't do it. Okay, set that to 0.
0, because this will give us some blurriness. Anti-aliasing method to 0, nice, and upsampling to false. Let's give it a save. Now we have to add a line.
Okay, I don't have the temporal upsampling, so I'll add it. R.temporal AA upsampling equals false.
It's it.
Okay.
And the next line is R dot those two values
BRB.
will
I'm helping my kiddo. She's like, Dad, help me find this one video on my iPad that I have no idea how to say what it is. It's kind of decoding my Tifa talk a little bit. So the next ones were R dot screen percentage, which I could do that one through code, but R dot up scale quality.
the shit out of your project and you get a lot of performance out of them. So the screen percentage is basically determine how much of your current resolution of your screen in that case is getting displayed. By default it's 100, so I have 1920 by 1080, so 100%.
What?
Half of the resolution, so the performance shoots all the way up and we get more pixelation. To achieve this PS1 style amount of pixelation, we have to go with 1/3 25. Let's give this a save and let's give it a try. I again start, wait, let me show you. I again start the game here, standalone game. The big difference is
Let's see if I made a restart.
Will actually display the game how it will end up when you ship it. New editor window, this is more for preview purposes. and stuff, and this is really how it's going to end up. So if you want to check out your PS1 graphics, try it on this one, please. So let's give it a save, and now we should get only one fourth of the resolution, 25% of the total screen resolution.
Okay, that looks terrible.
We have here a nice amount of pixelation.
That's a little bit way too much, and it feels too post-processy.
Pretty nice. And we
on that
pushed our
far down.
performance through the roof.
You can try 75.
And one thing left, the upscale quality. I would also put in here 1 to just put a cap on it and to get a nice crisp pixelation. Let's try it again. Nice crisp pixels. Awesome. For comparison, I will show you how it will look like upscaled. So if we put in here, for example, 1 and here 1, that would be the default amount, but still with the screen percentage of 25, we will get blurry outlines. No crisp pixelation. Here, as you can see, it's 1/4 of the resolution, but very blurry. And we want crisp pixelation. So let's switch it back. It's very important that you really type in upscaling quality and screen percentage with upper letters and stuff like that. So put that in your default engine file, give it a save. That in combination with the project settings from before will let you end up with this nice graphics. I hope you got something out of this video. If you have any questions, let me know in the comments below, and if you want to see more videos like this, consider liking this video.
I think I'm good on the
channel. And if you want to help,
I think I don't need the
consider becoming a Patreon. Videos.
all right. Yeah, I'm not digging the screen percentage. What else we got? Let's try a few other videos on that, on the Unreal Engine settings. Quake 1, Unreal Engine 5 settings. I don't think it's PS1. When did PS1 come out? Did PS1 come out? So I guess it's still the PS1 era graphics. Kind of.
Yo guys, what is up? This whole serial, and let's call and then real domain and click on post process. Then you get for scene texture. I'm gonna show you how
Let's
to
see what it looks like.
And yeah, this is actually it.
That's
I
way
hope you
too
like
gritty.
This
I
video.
don't like the.
Like this video. If yes, leave.
I'm not a big fan of post-processing effects for retro stuff.
So
I did just watch that one.
To your bow, it also comes with this weapon system. This one, flip book.
Yeah, this is more mechanics.
Sprite, so I'll hold shift and select all.
Textures from scratch. Okay. Alright, well, we have got a good start here. This is already feeling pretty nice overall. Even the texture software Wally I got is helping quite a bit. So let's continue those tutorials now. I've got some basic settings in. The other thing I can do is probably turn off Lumen. Like turn off global. It's in rendering. Global illumination, we're going to do none. Reflection method, none. Just restart in case I need to. I probably can go with the unlit world as well and play with it that way. So we can just take the directional light, nuke it, and then in my textures, or materials I should say, unlit, this will be a crash course for people trying to learn, trying to make a full concept for a game here. Unlit. It's gonna be a really nice playlist on my channel for sure. And then, oh yeah, we do have to go back to the master. We have to put everything into the this stuff in here. Or actually, it's just this. In this case, it's just brightness. Texture, brightness. And so maybe we go default of more like 3. Like that. Okay. And so, I need to figure out what I'm going to do with the world. So, like, I could probably, or the skybox, I might be able to cheese it for now with something like this. And then almost use this texture as that. Obviously, I cannot do it that way, but I can probably do this one. I might be able to do a clouds thing for or something, but we'll get there, I'm sure. Let's just see what the zombies look like when they spawn. Oh, do I have the wrong thing on? Oh, right. Oh, that's right. Game servers. Oh, maybe these are already off. Oh, right. They start when the game starts. There. All right. Yeah. So maybe I do want a directional light, but it's just gonna be baked. Um. Which I think in order to do baked lighting, I have to do take that off. And then I think I have to like build the lighting thing in. What's it called? Yeah, so it's keep that, but then I don't think I need a sky sphere right now. Skylight up might be useful. Move to lighting. I think it's supposed to be -90. Yeah. I mean, it's not the end of the world if I just have a default lighting thing like that, but we go like a gloomy purple. It's kind of interesting. can't have it too much because it kind of detracts from the rings. So you want to always be able to see the rings and stuff, but technically you always can because they do start moving and things. But all right, let's get this material to M environment. Now that's strange why it's doing that. I guess it's from the cube, I guess. It should be tiling though. Oh, am I not doing? Probably supposed to be doing that. That looks better. I'm gonna have to fix some of these ring models a bit. I might just have to reproject them. So if I go here, start with this one, modeling. Where is it? This includes, oh, I need to make, oh, no, it's this. Okay, that don't really do anything. These are all the same, I think. Okay. Let's quickly make like a grassy green texture in Wally. Wherever I have that up, do I have it still up somewhere? So we'll do, I can literally just try and erase all this. Let's grab a greenish. And so then we will do a little bit of darks first. I'm doing these corners to try and make it repeatable. Then maybe some highlights. And we'll save that off. Export. And we'll save this texture. Grass. Is our one. Now there's probably texture settings I have to set up too. So duplicate this. Environment, grass. Okay. It's something. The grass, we could probably make it a little bit less big. Maybe 250 or 50. That's my kiddo. Alright, we're getting a little bit of pattern, too much pattern stuff going on. Which we'll probably fix later, but you can just, the bigger it is, it's a little bit less noticeable. Yeah. And I'm going to have to fix these rings a little bit. I'm going to have to make a more sharper edge at the top, which isn't the end of the world. Quake is very not tons of curves, usually very straight lines and edges. I'm going to the bathroom quick, BRB. Alright. Getting a little bit of mood here. And then let's probably just continue with some texturing tutorials. Let's see if there's any texture thing that pops out at me. Probably not, because it's already max of 64 texture. It's world. Oh, then we could probably do the nearest neighbor thing. Pad to the power 2. Not that that's going to change anything. I don't know if that's needed or not. Unreal Engine. I've used that checkbox a ton, but what does sRGB do? Yeah, I probably can just leave sRGB off, and then in the masters here, we can tone down the brightness to whatever value we want. So I don't think it has any type of actual... maybe not. I can technically get the same colors, I think. I don't know. I think I'm going to leave it on for now. Brightness all fine. There is, what is the nearest neighbor thing? I think we need to do any compression. The filter. Pretty sure we need that on though. And I can't think of anything else that might change anything, so we'll keep that like that. Alright, I can do that. Just close out some of these things.
Actually, I'm sorry. And I'm going to right click on this guy, so he's my bottom coat. So the nice thing about Wally is you have this tiled view, and you can kind of get rid of some of these seams, some of these hard edges, and kind of smooth these out. So I'm going to do this, and it's still not the greatest because you can obviously see it's a tiled texture, right? Oops. But what I want to do is I'm going to go to Image and Diffuse. And so there are these filters that you can use. Some are better than others. Some are higher quality, yada, yada. But I think this one is actually pretty good. So you have light, medium, and heavy. Let's start with light diffusion, and you can preview it. So you can see that. I didn't do too much. Let's go to medium. Heavy. Seems like it really pixelates it. And let's go to very heavy. Now that's way too much. So let's go back down to medium, and that blends it together. Now I still have some, kind of dark areas, and it's pretty apparent that this is a blend. So I'll go back to spray paint, and I'll just kind of spray another color in here over the top. Anyway, I'm going to diffuse it one more time just to see what it would look like.
Okay, so some texture repeating tools.
Now I want to show you these Wally only features that are kind of fun. So I can take this scratch tool, and I'm going to set this to heavy, or most. I'm just going to do a big old scratch right across the middle there. So you can see if you zoom back out, that is actually pretty good. I'll just add a few more. So you can see how that works. Now we're getting into some of these other things. So let me zoom in, and I'm going to put some bullet holes in here. So this is kind of odd. So we're going to go down to, There's an icon for bullet holes because I guess they're so ubiquitous in these online shooters. But what you have to do, the interface is a little wonky. See this mouse icon here? You're going to have to tell it, hey, I want to use you. So you can kind of audition these and look at these and scroll through them. So I'm going to use large holes here. And then you want to left click to assign it to your button. And then you can kind of drag it around and paint it on. And it doesn't look that great. So I'm going to put a couple bullet holes in here. You have some chips. Oops, I got it. See, that's the problem. You have to assign it. So I'm clicking here now. I've got it. And this is a kind of really good way to kind of randomize what's going on in the texture. We'll save him, we'll close him. We'll go back to the base texture. So now I've got one that has little pock marks in it. So now I have another clean copy of this tileable kind of texture. And let's go to this drop down and we have patterns that we can use. So I've selected pattern paint down here. So I've got this pattern selected and I want to just paint it across the top. It's not going to look that great, but we're just going to do it anyway. I can constrain this by holding down shift and then just dragging like so. But what if I wanted to go down? Well, then what you do is you hold down shift and you hit space bar and then that toggles it. I want to show you the selection tool next. So we're going to highlight that. I'm going to drag this out. Unfortunately, this isn't as good as Photoshop. It's just very limited to rectilinear kind of selections. So I've got this selected. I'm going to go to image, add noise, and I'm just going to choose very light because I just want to kind of put a patina over this and so it doesn't kind of ruin the integrity of this. So yeah, I've added this band. It's all right. It's not that great. But I want to show you the lighten and darken tool now. So I'm going to make a little square with 2 pixels and I'm just going to drag this across it that there's a highlight. Actually, I want a little bit more of that. Of course, I'm blowing out the noise, but let me go ahead and paint in just by hand a couple pieces of my own noise. Now I'm going to take the darken tool and I'm going to do, hello, darken tool, where are you? So now I've got kind of a little edge there. I'm going to need some more noise there. What I could do is I could do a little bit of a spray color and just choose a lighter color, and then that'll add a little bit of noise. As you can see now, I've got that kind of sharp edge there. I have a new base texture selected here, and I've chosen rivets. And the important thing to remember is this dropdown should match what you have selected over here. It's one of the quirks of the program. But I want to be clear that some of them just don't work very well. But one thing to kind of take note of, see, I've changed the color here. And if you use these rivets, it's going to take this color scheme here. So I've selected a pop rivet. Let's pick this one and just see. This is a good time to show you the grid. So you can align these and using the grid, and it's pretty handy. And you can you can combine these as well. But you have a gap setting, so you can select like I want 32 pixels, right? Or 64. So that looks a little better, right? That's a little more uniform, etc. So those are the things that you can use to combine and get these different, one-of-a-kind textures based on your base layer. So as you can see, these textures are not the most stellar textures ever created, but here they are in game, and you can get good results if you know what you're doing, which I clearly don't. That's it for Wally. In the next video, I'm going to cover some of the other tools out there that you can use. Obviously, Photoshop and GIMP, everybody knows about those, but there are some other really specific and free programs, or very cheap programs, that you can use to make Quake textures. And I'll just kind of touch on those and give you some ideas of what you may want to explore, because not everybody loves Wally and not everybody's on Windows. So you need other options. As always, thanks for hanging in there, and we'll see you in the next video. I'm Dumptruck DS. Welcome to Mapping for Quake with Trench Broom. Liquids in Quake seem pretty straightforward. You make a brush, slap a texture on it, and you're finished, right? Not so fast. There are a few things you may not have realized about liquids. I'm going to go through these quickly, but later I'll cover some features mappers can use with liquid brushes. All the files I mentioned are linked below. The first thing to remember is that liquids will not seal a map. If you use a liquid on the outside perimeter,
So we have a direction
map,
at least.
cause a leak and Viz will not
Wally.
run. So make sure and use other brushes like a container for the liquid.
Gotta be other
All right, trash kickers. On this, oops, dev full. This put this over here from the is where. So there.
Not that one. Okay, I might be on my own for Wally. What the hell? Um, Wally texture. Tutorial.
Virtual extract my hammer, Half-Life package, select audio. So I might.
Alright, so I might have to just goof around with this a little bit. I think I returned this back to normal. Honestly, like, just with the spray paint brush, it's not bad. I'm not going for perfection here. I still need some reference photos up. Quake 1. References. Images. It's like the brick tiling maybe. So we need a brick for sure. Let's like note down some art things. So the textures we would want, we need like a grass. We need the ring texture, which could be a brass. I might make it the notable Quake symbol texture, like something like that, as a callback. So kind of brass on the ring. It also sets the stage a little bit for the for it being some sort of like ancient, ring puzzle thing. So we need a grass. I kind of have the grass done. We need the brass. We need a brick. We need a brick. In case we want to do like a little wall somewhere. We're going to do more of the not sunken, but old, overgrown, ruined theme. So again, I want to do, art style of Quake, but not gory. I'm not going in the direction of gore type thing. So only one brick texture, which looks like if you look at this, that's pretty. It's just line. It's just like a one divot line. So like if we, let's do a new one. This is going to be, for one, if I save this whole thing, save. Oh, it's saved by TJ. Okay. And then if I close this out, and then open, grass. Okay. Well, that's really changed what I look like. So maybe I have to start saving as, if I save this off as grass 02, does it look different? obviously have to make sure I do the same settings. Do pad and filter. And then sRGB's on. Okay, it doesn't. Good. All right, good to know. File new. I guess it's right here, just PNG. Texture will say brick. And so, load palette. And we're going to just do like a, maybe we'll start with a brown. Reference photo is like kind of, the base I would say is like a dirty brown, like this. Maybe even darker though. A bit more like this. And then we go to a lighter color. Okay. And then maybe, so I'm like right here. Can do some greens for like, a little bit of green. They have some grays in there. Maybe like here. That's too much. So it's pretty, it's getting there. I'm gonna go like really least, some darker spots. Can I just darken like this? So if I do most, what happens? Okay, so it is doing something. And then brighten, the same thing. Okay, that's too much. Okay, I can't do that. Maybe darken's not, okay, darken's not doing anything close to what I want it to do. Yeah, so that's nicely blending together at the moment. And then I can just create a ridge, I think, with a darken. we'll do a darken round. We'll go 5 pixels maybe. Or maybe we have to do like the crack thing. Something like that. I wonder if I just do one line through. That's technically upside down. I wonder, can you reverse the... Or can I flip this? Because I want it, I guess that's technically true. So I'm trying to do big stone things right now. But I can't seem to get the middle of it. Or do I just do up here? Or is it just at the bottom? It's not terrible. We'll save this off as a PNG. It's going to be T underscore stone wall, I guess 001. And then let's get like just a cube in here. I'm going to delete that one because we don't need it. And then just quickly fix this. It's back to grass. And then import pad and filter. Let's say 001. That's not bad. Now this is too bright, obviously. So I wonder how I fix that exactly. Can I move this over? I guess not. So when I do this tool here, I think there might be Does this affect it all? I wish I could. Oh, is it this? Okay, there we go. That's better. There we go. Not bad. Not bad at all. All right, so let's do like that looks Quake. That looks pretty Quake. And we can obviously change up the maybe we go a little bit less. That's not enough. Actually, I think 200 is pretty on point. If I go higher than that, I don't think it's too big. 200 is pretty on point. And I might lock everything at around 200 to keep the same size pixels, pixelation and stuff. So maybe everything is kind of around the 200 point. So I'm going to make a new cube real quick. We're going to keep it 100, 100. Let's set the location to 0 here. And then I think I want I think I want this one on grid. Accept. And modeling. I might not need it on grid, but for now we're going to do on grid. Okay, so I have to do okay, I do want it, this is slightly off, so negative 50 again. Negative 100. Okay. And then if I put this to, we'll say 200, I guess. Or maybe not. So if we make this, so let's call this now box wall. And then we can throw on the texture here. And so now I can, oh, maybe we have to do UVs, project UVs, box. The top of the box is jacked. I'm trying to think if I need to segment them so I could have a different texture on top, technically. Or if we go modeling. Okay, so we just look at this. Do I get better results with auto? Okay, what is going on with that? Okay, maybe it's just that. I don't know. Edit UV seams, no. Edit UV layout. I might just have to go with it for now. But if we put this to 2, and then now scale. Oh, I did screw up the UV. I want it along the axis, I think. So, 50, no, 100. Modeling, no, wrong one. That's what I want. So if we scale this out like so, now we have a wall. If we scale it up, we start to get the layers of brick and whatnot. And we can scale in factors. 0.5 technically. Maybe no more than that. 1. It's not on. There. Okay, so we have a wall. And then I can technically yeah, so I don't think I need to go to I need to like paste. I do need to paste myself, so that's a wall texture, at least. It's something. And then what other textures? So the brass. Let's try and do a brass, and we can use that. Actually, probably just gonna do a new one. Let's start with this. What does this one do again? Spray recolor. Spray paint. Interesting. So I guess it holds some value underneath a little bit. Yeah, so like blood stains look good. So there's some opacity to the. That's actually really good to know. So I should be doing the base in. Let's get this. Oh, we want round or square. So that's obviously not what we want. Let's get my reference photo up a little bit. I'm just going to put this on my side monitor. So definitely a darker base. Something like that. And then I want to use spray recolor now. And obviously it's not going to do anything because I don't have the same color. That's kind of like too ugly. It's got some nice, that might be used for highlights maybe. Okay. Now, maybe a bit more. Oh, that's too red. That was the same base color. I think I might go, I'm still doing medium, I think. It's too red. That's a decent, like, rust a little bit. What is this again? Am I doing too much there? Yeah. Maybe I'll put a little bit of that in. And maybe some dark spots of something. Green's definitely popping a bit too much, but it does have a little bit of a rusty look. Yellow's probably going to be way too much. Alright, let's start going over with some more dark spots. I'll do a bit more. And then I need some like really dark spots, something. Maybe it's partly the spray I'm doing. I mean, I think the green's coming through a little bit too much, but and the greens and yellows, but I'm going to try this T underscore brass. Let's throw this in. And then all of the rings, set the brass. So yeah, they're too bright. Now I can turn down the brightness on this. That's not so bad. That's actually not bad at all. Now if I applied some noise, shape pixel, single pixel. What does horizontal line do? Interesting. That's not bad. That's kind of interesting. If I do like 15, 0. So if I do 64, medium. Okay, that's very interesting to me, but I need to get the colors a bit more right. Color. Thought there was like a color select or something. Um, I don't know what the heck that's doing. I don't want that. Emboss. Oh, that could be helpful. Brightness, contrast. Oh. It did do something. Colors, translate colors. Do I have to select all? What the heck? It didn't, okay, so I can select this. And then if I want them to be like that color, translate colors. Like so. So maybe I just want to do like a bit more of this dark red. Or choose the green. Okay, that's working. Translate colors. And then for some reason I have to do that. Let's tone down the green a little bit. So let's get maybe a little bit more of the let's try this, I guess. Nope. Too dark. It's in like the greens. I think I can skip some steps. If I duplicate, Emit Do2, and then re-import with new file. I don't have to do the other steps. This should be working. Yeah, pad and filter. Yeah. Environment. Yeah, it's pretty subtle, but that's a lot better. And I need to fix these rings. That's bothering me. So I'm going to have to go. I'm going to start a new level for modeling. And then we can put this to infinity or whatever. I need to make sure all these lighting things are like way off to the side so they get out of the way, and put them to 15. Oh, hide fog? Probably not. Okay, maybe all these I just reset. Whatever. I just need to move them away from the center. I don't even need volume extra clouds or hide fog. Okay, whatever. Negative. There we go. So now we're going to go to ring, static mesh. So we're going to do rings. And we're going to get the ring base. And we're going to go ahead and start with a 10 value here, because this is kind of like what we were looking at, or what we want. We're going to convert to a dynamic mesh, and we're going to edit from here. So the easiest thing to do is just go from left view, and we will only select vertices, and I think we can safely chop off all these. Maybe we just do faces. Yep. And so now we want to, I think I have to go along these edges, unfortunately. And because I don't think I can do this and merge, right? Or bridge. Okay, I can. Sweet. Oh, I did these ones. And bridge. Accept. So already that cleans that up. Now we can just do project UVs. Save. And if I go over here, we will just also edit materials. The default one is going to be brass 02. And then we want to project as a box, I think. Okay, so we're still getting some stretching. So we need to continue to fix this model. Oh, we need to do the reverse now as well. So the bottom is the same way. So I'm just going to flip this. So I can work on it easier. Once again, left. Yeah, we'll cut a little bit further because it is the bottom of it. Except I actually should be able to do that. That lets me select the ring and then bridge. Okay. There we go. Now let's try protect UVs. It's not quite fixing it how I hoped. Okay, so UV unwrap, UV editor. Why can't I move these? Layout. Oop, cancel. This is so weird. Oh, okay. Um, hmm. So maybe I need to decompose it. Maybe this is what's causing the issue. Polygroup edit. It's not the end of the world, but it's a little weird. Let's just get modeling edit. So why is it like it's maybe it's just the seams. How do I delete a seam? Okay. Real engine modeling, delete seam. Um, I can like create a new seam here. But I want to delete a seam. Because it actually seems to be working if I go modeling. Oop. I just want to, I want it to portray like that. That's what I want. And yet, something else is causing this. So yeah, why? That's fixing it. Gets most of it. What the fudge, Joe? I totally think it's the seams screwing up. Oh, maybe this just needs to be. I swear there's a stupid way to do this. Okay. There we go. Now I wonder if I can. That's kind of what I want. That's the outside ring. This is the inside ring. What I don't understand is how I'm supposed to move these. Yes, that's the entire inside ring. For some reason, the edge of the top one is bleeding over. Even though I've set the seam is correct. I wonder if it's a construction thing. Or if we like merged them. I'd have to go, I think, one by one. I want to do that. It's so strange that it works in this mode, but then doesn't when I come out of it. Three D modeling. Hello, wall. 3D modeling. Top faces material bleeding to edges. Textures stretch over UV boundaries or rendering engines. Increase the UV island padding. Okay. Hmm. Like, I feel like they... What I don't understand why Epic did this is, like, you're trying to edit UVs. Why can't I just move the UV? You gotta pay for audio using their solely logo, yeah. Oh wait. Um, so these aren't islands? And now I can... Um, so I do unwrap, then translate. And that did absolutely nothing. Great. This is so weird. UV seams are all set. I suppose I could do this. Maybe this is the problem. I'm gonna do a seam from here. What the? Apparently I missed that. Make sure it's on the bottom. And then let's do this now. We will split here. Here. And then that's not exciting. So why are these? I'm supposed to get this for everything. So what is going on? This is what? The bottom? So I didn't do... Okay. How's that right? So this one worked here. Then we get this one long cylinder along with this. What you can do there is now I could technically translate this perfectly here. Oh, we have a double smiley face. But yeah, like why is this not getting a seam? Okay, so this one didn't have a seam. Now split, apply, unwrap. Work, god damn it. Work. Let's just randomly do another seam, I guess. Even though there's... Wait, why did this seam went away? It worked on the other ones. I don't know why is it not doing it now? If I hit save, go back here. How do you project UVs? Okay, it's getting those things back. UV seams. The seams are there. Okay. Maybe I'm just not selecting the right thing. Or I have to do it as one giant, like so. And then we hit complete. So why does it work for that one, but not for the top ones? Okay, so there we go. It's not doing anything though. Um, Unfortunately. Mm, mm, mm. Am I really trolling myself? Is it because I put these all to the nearest on the texture? Um, Is it the padding? BRB1, or no, I'll be right back. Okay.
That's our. Give me a tab on the right and
It's not a, fudge. It shouldn't be because they're curved. I think it's an external setting. I don't think it's the edge thing anymore. Because when I edit it like this, it works. So that means I feel like it's something else doing this. And maybe there's a material option that's causing it. Let's see if it's a world texture thing. Oh, roller line textures do that sometimes. Try tweaking projection contrast. Yeah, well, where were you 30 minutes ago? Just as I test the world textures, it's clearly the world texture. You said try tweaking the project transition contrast. Promote parameter. And you want to go higher? Or lower? Lower. If I do like 55, it makes it worse. If I do 0, it's still there. I mean, I don't have to do world align textures, so if this really is the problem, I'm just going to not use world align textures. I mean, I guess it's kind of gone there. -5. Yeah, I was trying to do it so I could like merge bricks and walls together. But, you know, I'm going for the Quake 1 aesthetic, so it's not like they had that to begin with. So, yep, goodbye world align textures. Because that literally screwed me over so bad for so long. It's brass. I do it something wrong. I don't even need to do. Wait, what is going on now? Alright, so that goes 1. And then this goes 5. So I probably have to redo my UVs. So UV, project UVs. Let's just do normal now. Box. Why does it look worse? Um, so I guess it's just a scaling issue. World align textures, edge bleeding. Is there any other fix to that? Projection bias.
Welcome back to 5 Minute Materials. It's a boolean that's just going to output a 4 vector instead of a 3 vector. You can see here there's a bit of like blurriness between where it's contrasty. If I was to set this to 100, you'll see there's very distinct lines where each texture is projected. So you want to do this to taste. Obviously you don't want it too hard and you don't want it too soft. And so when you rotate an object around, if it's at specific angles, you will get sort of a fade between them. So bad luck. So you're probably wondering, okay, this is cool and all, like, but what's the benefit of this? The benefit is, if you are a lazy prick like I am, you don't actually have to worry about UVing your objects. This can work really well for like natural objects. So if I had, you know, a big rock or something, I was going to use it to make, you know, a cliff. If I was to start, you know, mashing all these together and, you know, doing this and, you know, let's put another one over here and we rotate it this way, you can see that all of these are blending together seamlessly because, you know, from this view, the texture lines up perfectly between each object. And if we look at it from this angle, you know, they're lining up. I couldn't even see where the seam was. Okay, so the seam is here. And so this means in your 3D modeling program, you don't have to worry about UVing or, you know, making sure that all the textures tile if you know that you're going to be doing this in advance. And it also has the benefit of, you know, you can put anything at any angle. You could even use like different objects. Maybe I can grab one of my cliff assets or vector instead of a 3 angles that this is getting projected on. It's a little bit too much of a rabbit hole for this video. And then we have the actual angles that this is getting projected on. It's a little bit too much of a rabbit hole for this video. And then we have the projection transition contrast. So this is going to, you can see here, there's a bit of like blurriness between where each one is projected. If I set this to 1, you can see it's even, you know, less contrasty. If I was to set this to 100, you'll see there's very distinct lines where each texture is projected. So you want to do this to taste. Obviously you don't want it too hard and you don't want it too soft. And so when you rotate an object around, if it's at specific angles, you will get sort of a fade between them. So bad luck. So you're probably wondering, okay, this is cool and all, like, but what's the benefit of this? The benefit is, if you are a lazy prick like I am, you don't actually have to worry about UVing your objects. This can work really well for like natural objects. So if I had, you know, a big rock or something, I was going to use it to make, you know, a cliff. If I was to start, you know, mashing all these together and, you know, doing this and, you know, let's put another one over here and we rotate it this way, you can see
The thing
that
is
all of these
that
are blending together
because I'm doing a Quake
seamlessly
game,
because,
it's very
you know,
beneficial
from
for
this
me
view,
to do world aligned
the
textures
texture
because they
lines
always
up
repeat
perfectly
patterns.
between each object. And if we look
So
at
I
it
kind of
from this
want
angle, you know, they're lining up.
to
I couldn't even
work.
see where the seam was. Okay, so the seam is here. And so this means in your 3D modeling program, you don't have to worry about UVing or, you know, making sure that all the textures tile if you know that you're going to be doing this in advance. And it also has the benefit of, you know, you can put anything at any angle. You could even use like different objects. Maybe I can grab one of my cliff assets and it is going to line up with this, you know, perfectly. You could also input a normal map. So instead of using the world align texture node, Because normal maps have very sort of specific ways that they work, since they are, you know, directionally mapped, you would want to use the world-aligned normal node instead. And so what this one's gonna do is it's gonna make sure that your normals are all functioning properly at each angle. Now there are a bunch of other world-aligned nodes. You've got world-aligned blend, world-aligned normal, world-aligned reflection, world-aligned texture, and they're all used for different things, but they all essentially function the same way. So that was the world-aligned texture and world-aligned normal nodes. Just to recap, they map your textures in a triplanar fashion using vertex normal world space and projected textures using world position. It's super useful for having a bunch of objects that you want to share a texture, useful for landscapes, things like cliffs. It isn't gonna work for anything that is moving. You know, you wouldn't be able to use this on a skeletal mesh unless, you know, you were going for a very specific effect, because the texture would stay where it is as the character is moving across the screen. It would look a bit funky. So I hope that kind of demystified what this node does if you've already been using it. And if you haven't been using this node, I hope that, you know, this is another handy trick that you can have in your tool belt. If you need any help with my tutorials, or you've just got some Unreal Engine problems in general, join our Discord. We've got 24/7 support all around the clock, ready to help you. And if you're
Go, Larry? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm posting a question. My phone go. I'll be right back. Alrighty. Alright. I guess I'm gonna save this for now. This is going to be world aligned, and then we'll duplicate. environment. And then okay. You mean so there's something super wonky going on with this guy. Even though the UVs look fine. Why can't I save all of a sudden? I don't have another editor open. That makes sense. Okay. That makes zero sense. What we got here? Now the stupid part. Oh yeah. So okay. No, never mind. Never mind. Um. The usability. What? What?
Can you do a quick with the vacuum thing on the couch cushion? I think a dog peed on it.
Well, you didn't give me a minute, but yeah.
Because I'm putting the chicken and all that stuff in, so I'd really appreciate if you could do that.
And scale like .5 or like we need .9. Eating oats biscuits. Delicious. It sounds good. Alright, so the weird thing is we're getting these weird cuts. And I don't understand why. Okay. I think that kind of fixed what I want. that's how that one looks. And then this one, it's like this is how I kind of want it to be. It should look like more like that. And this still feels stretched. And so the stretching is obviously due to the UVs. I don't think I can set polygroups, right? Okay, so I think why it's messed up from a normal thing perspective is how I made it. I might have to just try and recreate it. I'll be back in a second. I'll be right back. Okay. So a couple things I probably did wrong. Let's see if anyone answered. Let's go modeling again. It's probably because I scaled this thing up not properly. I probably should just recreate this thing properly instead of trying to modify it. So modeling, we're going to do create torus. Let's actually go put this in, that's in the center, perfect. And what is this? Get out of my sight. Okay. Okay. Doing a torus. The inner slices are kind of small, I think. Oh, weird. It kept the shape. Yeah, so that's my main problem. The scale is still jacked. And that's why I'm getting the fucked up textures. Yeah, so I think all of my problems come down to just not properly making the asset. Because I was still in sort of speed mode. Alright, so major radius, slices. What does that look like? Yeah, I might. Whatever. I'm trying to think here. Let me oh. Alright, I think I'm getting to where I want here. Alright, I think I finally fixed it. That is, I believe, fixed to how I want it to look, how it should look. And then if I just come over here, if I play with this texture size, now it's acting normal. Think fives. Good. So now we can do XForm, convert, stack mesh. Fuck. I guess I can just change up the scale per one. So this one's still doing. Wait, what? Okay, I need to remake this. I probably need to do this anyways because I need to make different variations. I do want some more chunk, I think, too. Like 16 is probably like good chunk for Quake. There's not a ton of curvatures in. What does 8 look like? Yeah, it's a little too chunk. We'll do that. We're deleting the tops. I should be able to duplicate or something, right? Alright, we're going to do this. Convert this to dynamic. We're going to go in, or I guess model first, polygroup edit, select everything. We're going to scale by like 0.9. No, that's not where I'm supposed to be doing it. Dot. Oh yeah, and this one we're going to take the UVs. I have real bad news. Epic Games. Yeah, I've already known. So that's just Unreal 6. They're doing that in, and we'll see if it actually happens or not based on community feedback. So like you can still use Unreal 5 and have blueprints. You're just not going to get any type of weird updates they do in the future for 6. Oh, it's normals. And normals, invert, accept. And now we do this model. I suppose I don't even need this here. Doesn't really help any. Okay, so now we actually have a properly built mesh. Okay, And now we should be able to UVs, project UVs, do a cylinder. And this needs to be the same as everything else. And that's properly done. Now, will the world align texture finally work with this? And it does. So it was totally me just trying to use the lazy model and not doing it properly. And so now if I move this around, oh, we do get some fading. So that's whatever. I guess that comes into the play of the tweaks of the contrast stuff. Okay, well, when you jack it up, I think it goes away. Oh, we're getting a repeating pattern. So I don't think the repeating stuff is going to work. Oops. That just looks way better. Okay, now we go to puzzle piece. I need to convert this. Static mesh. Attributes. Brasso 2. Good. This is some ring. I'm going to do like old meshes. And so base goes there. Okay. And yeah. Now we have to fix puzzle. It's going to be super jacked. And we can go to the other level. Yeah, that's looking way more Quake-like. It's got those hard edges and stuff. Much better Quake feel. Got some cool vibes coming out. Look at that. I bet you the turning is actually better now because you can see it a bit more. I made them a little tall, I think. Whoa, that's weird. There's like a little bit of a optical illusion going on there. I think it's because of the world textures at the bottom. So this has to be... Okay, we're going to scrap the world align textures completely at this point. What's going on there? Oh, it's because of the scale of the object. So if I do like 100, there we go. So okay, now it's not goofing up. I don't remember what I did. Oh, it's right. Okay, we're getting there. I have a bit of art stuff to learn, especially like in the direction of the Quake aesthetic, you know. So Getting all the lefts. Leaving to the right. That's RNG for you. Yeah. So just right out the bat, I need to make this shorter. And I wanted to do it properly. A little modeling, save. And I also want to do a slight little bit of, so let's go perspective left. You just put these to about, let's try 750. Maybe 500. Eh. Maybe more like, yeah, I'll just start with 750. Let's go there. And then let's give it a little bit more shape. It's a bit more interesting. Go here. And we're going to do 1.2, 1.2. And this will do like dot 9, dot 9. It's a little bit more of a dome-ish shape. And then let's go back to little server. Yeah. Okay, so the dome shape's a little too big. Went a little too ham there. Yeah, and when these things are lower, it's not bad. It's not too weird. I wonder if I should do different shapes based on the ring. It's a little better though. We are right, then left. Alright, so now I need to create the new double shapes, or replacement shapes. Which, the first one is just 2 parts. So we're going to do this. Let's convert back to dynamic. And we're just taking out 2 segments. So, modeling. What the? Okay, we'll do new parts. Base times 4. Save all. Good old modeling. So fun. What's modeling? I know, right? Just get it from the marketplace. You don't need models. Can I just do this and then fill holes? No. I'm getting some of the Quake aesthetic down though, Jestra. It's coming along. I had to do a lot of research. There's a really nice app though for texturing. It's called Wally. And it has everything I need for textures. Oop, not weld. Okay. Oh, shoot. Sugar plums. I didn't convert the damn thing. Okay, I have to redo that. Yay. Convert dynamic mesh. Half the battle is getting right tools, no joke. You know what? This is whatever. Bridge. I'm kind of like, I'm taking my time with this because I know like there is not a lot of art needed for this. So I'm more concerned about, very minor amounts of art that are good quality. And so that's why I'm taking some time to learn a lot of this stuff. Okay, accept, save. And now we can go merge, turn this into a static mesh. I think these can be just deleted. Look at that. Maybe it's a reference thing. Okay, back to the other level real quick. Let's test this out, see how it looks. I think it's over here. Oh, right, it would be in here. So let's put that back there. So ring base is correct. And I'm going to rename this thing. Ring base ring 2 x4. I guess I'll leave those ones. Go up here, x8. I'll eventually have x16. Exits was 8, I believe. And I will need to make a 3. Just gonna break these for now. Ring base. This is x2. X. I don't have that one yet. x4. x8. If I just do a quick lighting build. I'm gonna have to build the lighting thing later. Okay, so now I need to do the base again. This time. I have to subdivide or insert edge loops. Even. accept, and so I don't screw myself over. Unreal is kind of bad. Sometimes you hit escape and it just completely clears your thing and everything you've been working on. So don't want that to happen. Take all the ones I can see from this angle. But yeah, I've been thinking about so Gestra, one of the funny things is, I didn't even know this until this morning. Apparently yesterday, it was Quake's 30th anniversary. Like, how coincidental is that? That I'm deciding to make a Quake game. Or a Quake style thing. I was watching a little bit of John Romero. He did a stream yesterday. I was catching the VOD of it. I think I got them all. And then I also need a 3. So back to the base. Let me get these in order. Okay, this one is 2. Alright, so I need this split into 3. So I think it's here and here. Alrighty. Those are looking snazzy. I don't think I use the C's anymore, but Just different chunks taken out of them. Oh, I could use those for the final extraction points though. So let me just do them. It's not like they take long. Oh, I did it again. I need to stop my workflow of this. So my workflow should be: I go to base, I duplicate, I rename, C1, and then I drag it out. And now we have something to work with. Just so I have less room for error. Look at it. Oh, which direction do I want the entrance at? I guess it doesn't entirely matter, but I'll start here. And since I probably don't need these, I'm just going to go jump to C3, duplicate. Why does it look a little wrong? I don't know, but I'm going to go with it. It's just the perspective. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we'll do one more. Duplicate, C half, I guess. I guess we'll just call it C7, whatever. even though it's not. Plug rebed it. Oh, to do a half actually. Oh no, that's still half. Oh, excuse me, sneeze. Yeah. All right. And so we have C1357. 1, 3, and 7. All right, let's see what we can fix up here. So this is 3 now. This is 16, 8, 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then we have C1. That's looking pretty cool. So that's the ring base. We go to ring 2. It's there now. And then ring 3, I think. Yeah. But then the offsets I have to do are different. So I need to shrink it down to about negative 670. Haha. All right. Let's hit the cheat codes. Oh, it's cool seeing me do this. Nice. All right, so what's up with that? Oh, okay. Um, oh, these hard set. Um, you mean you can't find it? Those are looking cool. Especially like now I've got some of that fog going on. We're getting some vibes here. Now, why isn't that one rotating on the cheat codes? Oh, wait. This one just needs to come here, I think. I missed one. What am I doing? Apparently I have these all out of order or something. We are getting some cool vibes. Oh, hello. Oh, that's a wall. That's right. I put a wall there. I'm like, oh, there's an enemy. Like, oh, wait, no, it's just a wall. But yeah, I put in some like, retro settings for like rendering. Got that. I think I need to make the grass a little bit smaller. That's also a little bit dependent on the grass pixels are probably still too big compared to the walls. And so the ring 2 needs to go down more and the ring 3 up more. So this one has to go to, let's try negative 600. And this one, we'll try negative 15. There we go. That's a pretty good distinguishing of sizes with the rings. Gives some decent cover now. This should probably collide with me now. It's supposed to push, I guess not. That's annoying. I guess I can just put a volume on those parts. And or maybe I just don't have pawn collision. Okay, pawn collision is on. Yeah, otherwise I'd be able to just walk through this. All right, when we rotate, are we doing any sweeps? Yeah, we're not sweeping at all. I could potentially make it that you just get, if you touch the ring, you get knocked back or something. I could just do an overlap volume type thing. Or on hit. So it's like working here. So it's literally just the entrances to the middle here that make it complicated. I don't want you to be able to run up this either, because that can cause a lot of AI glitches or whatever. But yeah, we're getting those vibes, yo. The vibes are coming. Oh, the third ring is now too far. So 1 is good, 2 is good. Ring 3 needs to go up more. Oh, I went the wrong way again. I always do this on ring 3. Ring 1, 2, 3. We need to go like 12, like 1100. All right, yeah, that's good. So 1 ring here. And then now the third ring the last ring can actually go up higher too. 0, 1, 2, 3. This one will do like negative 1800. And my theme is like kind of, ancient ruins, and that's why I've got like the grass type thing going on here. think I want those last rings to be even taller. Yeah, that's really nice contrast going on. I still want the back ones even taller. 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 Get my water. Yeah, I think that's good. Feels a little, it's very like monolithic and grand. I'm going for. And then I think I need to do, I can probably get away with a nice, easy sky texture. I think I can even just generate this in Photoshop. This one will be, what is it? Distort, render, clouds. Let's try canvas size. We do 1024 and then generate. It's more what I want. And then I think we just need effectively try one of these way up here.
Hey, wanna come test something?
Sure. Okay, 1 second. BRB. Back. All right. So I want to get a quick sky material in. So again, nothing. We're going unlit. Texture. Did I import this yet? Excuse me. Pinner. Coordinate. What is time again? Time. Okay, that's a little fast. And then we're going to do, we can just make this super big, so like 5,000 by 5,000. And then, you try and separate the one minus is like what? What does this look like? Not that. I need. That's the opposite. If I do difference clouds. I don't know if that's going to be useful or not, but we'll see. If I just subtract this, no. Wait. Okay. And then what else? I don't know what color I'm going to do yet. It's kind of neat. I need to try and get the black values. What does this look at? What is it I want to do? I'm trying to think here. Um, oh. No, that's wrong. RGBA. Um, so I think I take this and select color. Just delete. You can tell I'm not the master of materials here. I think it's a little too fast still. And then the directional light is too strong. Um, and maybe slightly like darker pink. I kind of like the brighter. And the ones moving slower need to be smaller, I think. Um, no, they're too small to even see. And still, let me hit play. Yeah, still too fast. Then this one should be 0.5. Yeah, it's a sky. It's something. Get out of my way. The blue's kind of nice. Ooh, teal. Teal, teal, teal. It's like my favorite color. I think that's pretty good. Yeah, I think that's good. And then can I do another color over here? It's not working how I want it to. Oh, that's why. I didn't rename this. Color 2. Then I think I can do this and this. Yeah. There's like little splotches of. Sorry, I'm not even showing my material, but there's like little splotches of like pink. No. Come in. I'll be here. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I wanted that up. So if we multiply that by like 5, what happens? Now we're getting more color splotches. A little pink hue there. What's this for? I think that's probably good enough for the sky. Doesn't have to be too crazy. Give it like a little bit of a blue hint. That might be giving too much cast on the... All right, enough. Yeah, it's something. I could probably put it up even higher. Um, just going to do a quick um, SM box centered. Oops. Yeah, I don't think I need to do anything else. Okay. Alright, whatever. Good enough. Hello all. How you doing? 300? This is like a pixel right here. I'm trying to match the pixel size of these. That's too small. I think that's about right. That's too bright. Oh, once again, this is not built properly, so I need to do... So if I set the scale back to whatever it was, it's doing it fine, but... So I need to do modeling. A box will go... let's just go to the modeling level for this. And it's getting hot in here. I need to crack my window. Oops, cancel. Save all. And so let's make a box. But we're going to scale the width to 1,000 maybe. We probably just need a couple of these. Height 500. Yeah, 500 is probably fine. And now you can see the scaling is fine on them. And as far as the pivot goes, see if it still screws up. If I scale it, but like that. If I scale the whole thing, it looks fine. Or no, it doesn't really. No, I'm not ghosting you. I was concentrated. I'm doing good right now. I'm trying to do browser for a video game. I made it help from UK. No, it's just a widget, not real browser. How could I get the cursor when the widget is being shown? That you do to your controller. So you go to your whatever your controller is, like your player controller, and you set input mode either like game mode UI only. Sorry, it would be this one here. Where is it? So UI only, and then also you can do cursor or show mouse or mouse. Oh, default settings. Make sure default settings. So show mouse cursors here. You can also access it as show mouse cursor here as well. So that's how you always show the mouse. And then if you only want them in the UI and nothing else, you do input mode, game mode only, UI only. All right. I don't know yet what I'm going to do. Unreal Engine scale material based on static mesh size. Unreal Engine materials. Object. What does it say? Object scale. Um, okay, I don't need sky anymore.
When switching a wall space projection to local space, you'll notice the texture starts stretching as soon as the mesh scales. That's where object scale comes in and completely fixes the issue. Hey everyone, Hojdi here, and in this video, the object note. So let's add the first. Skip these two functions to withdraw debug scale of the material. I set as hold of the material. We'll use object scale to have considered by 0.01 to bring it into meters. Now, hold T and click to add a texture sample node. From here, let's search for brick, and I'm gonna let's project, save the material. It would work like this. As you can see now, the texture is being projected in wall space. And if I move and rotate it, and now moving and rotating the mesh works just fine. But if we start to scale it, we can see that the texture kinda strange. Inside it, we can see that it gets the X, the Y, and the Z axis separately transformed. If an object's scale is animated at runtime, any material 1, we can see that the result is mirror, but the values are 1, 1. It is read on here the object, and I set the main scale to something like 4. We can see that now the material is outputting 2. You can get early access to my videos and download the tutorial for connecting it to the UV's input of the texture sample to add a texture. Outputs data in Unreal units, which is centimeters. It's to a hold T and click, and now that let's sample the material and
That's not very helpful, dude. Okay. Oh, right. Okay.
when switching a world space project.
Um, is it just? It's not just object scale. Right?
So you might be building a scene in Unreal Engine 5 and just want to make the texture on the floor or the walls appear bigger or smaller. In this video, I'll show you exactly how to do that using the material graph. So
one of you asked if I could teach this tri-planar sort.
Why can't I find this? Relevant materials, object scale.
When switching a world space projection to local space, your results show as fitted here. So debug, float, save the material, local space text, and add this node. Actually, let's use now local space and connection output state 0 mask that save the material.
Okay. What else keys? I think I'll just move on. I'll at least put a pin in it for now. Save that. Sky Alpha done there. Let's go to back to the main world. Material's a little bright on this guy. And I think his scale is a little off. What do I have here? It was 5, okay. That doesn't make much sense. It's very weird. And so just weird inconsistencies with the pixel size, but to move on. I think I can redo the grass texture again. I don't think I even need to do that one. It's too new. Load palette. Okay, we're green. starting to get to. Let's just try that a little bit. What in the widgets? Where even are you? I'm using a new product. I don't think there's a controller in it. Stark, what was your extreme nightmare of being stressed in a UE5 project? I don't know. I don't really know, to be honest. Um, on the stress project thing, but you might have to create your own controller. Oh, that's looking a little better. Too bright. So like you would go to, you would go, create something new, blueprint class, player controller. And then you would have to make sure you set that in your game mode type thing. Yeah, that looks like a little bit better of a grass. I like that better. Where's my weird wall? I feel like maybe the stone blocks need the rings. Like bring them down a little bit more. In size. Okay, I don't need that anymore. Yeah, I think it looks a little better. A little bit better on pixel size and density. Alright, so we got some good basic theming here down with the world. So now I want to get a few of the characters in. Or the AI. Yeah, so that's like pretty decent theming. And I'll figure out potentially some other stuff to put in that creates like a little bit of like weird shooting room and stuff, but overall I got some pretty good theming here. And those symbols are probably okay just like that. Might need a little bit of a texture pattern to it. Now when we pull out here, these guys can become C what ring C1 would be obviously too small. C8. Okay, these are massive. I'm going to have to create a custom shape, I think. So I think I just need to make this one better. Ring extraction. So what I'm going to do is take these two and go into the modeling level. And we're going to do a custom shape here. Now this one's supposed to be I think what 16? What do I do? Set that last one to. No, it's probably 8. Yeah, that seems right. Yeah, I think let me go back to that level. Level. It's supposed to be 8. And then this one's also supposed to be 8. And I don't obviously need both. I just need... Oh, it's offset now. Okay. Okay, let's just do this. Move this over here. So this one is the extraction door. So we're going to kill that. And I need to perfectly match this up. Oh yeah, so this is the, okay, hold on. Hold up. I have a better, that's the extraction door. So I need to do that. I need to match up to this. So modeling mode. Now this one, if I'm not mistaken, should be okay on the pixel side and stuff. Okay, it's not. Let's go modeling, UVs, project UVs, cylinder. I think I did like 2000. That seems too big. Okay, maybe I need to go higher. Oh, I'm not doing them all. Dirt. Doesn't matter too much. I don't need this to be like super accurate. Let's just keep that for now. And then modeling. I'm pretty sure we can do a like a there should be a I thought there was a curve one. Like smooth or something. Okay, whatever. Yeah, I really don't need to go that far. I can just go up here. Connect that guy there. Okay. Good enough. Oh, hold up. Oh yeah, we're good. So I'm just modeling my extraction points to have a more custom exit point. So I redid the rings and such. I can probably do show or do wireframe. Does that help at all? Not really. You know what? I'm going to do this differently. I'm going to hit cancel. That's what I'm going to do. And this will make it a million times easier. Let's go to ring 8. I'm going to just copy this here. Ring 8, just ring temp edit for extraction. And I don't need you anymore. And then we throw this guy out here. Oh, what's the scale value? We'll copy the scale value. And we're actually just going to, I don't even need to make a new one. Convert to a dynamic mesh. Then take them both, merge them. And now when I polygroup edit, we're literally going to delete all these. Oop, not that one. And now we're just going to snap these together. I can click here and weld, or I guess weld this, weld this, weld that. Yay. And now that I have that kind of in place, I can just delete these. I'll leave them for a reference while I continue to work on this real quick. But yeah, now I can do. But you're modeling and moving them manually, which makes everything not considered to be good. You're modeling and moving them manually. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not sure why that would be bad. Am I the most like efficient person right now? No, but And then let's get the height of this. It's just 7,500. So we're going to take all of these. We're not using the statics, and moving manually isn't stable. So I'm editing models to become static meshes. That's pretty good. I think these are all the same. These are all 0. Gonna make this one a little bit more over here. Just used and type 7,500. That's what I'm talking about. The red and green is randomly. This is just the location. And so I just snapped the location of the vertices up to the matching point up here. And so now I can go ahead and just delete that. Delete this. Delete that. And all this. And so that's my new extraction point. And so now we go to the back to the server. And so this is the extraction door. And then this is, so we're going to hide this. We're going to turn all of these here. Oh, I need to reset the modeling, Xform, pivot, just do bottom. And now these should perfectly line in pretty much with the right rotation. Now, I don't know why that one didn't, they're not lining up. Maybe the scale was off. Oh yeah, it's like, there you go. No, you're fine, Wall. No issues. Yeah, I'm like so in my own head. So you might not have the understand the full picture because of it. Okay, I don't need modeling that thing up anymore. Yeah, I mean that's pretty good. Trying to find the best way to line these things up. It certainly doesn't have to be perfect. I just don't want any cracks. So I should, in theory, be able to do this. Okay, so this one's 0. Does that work? Okay. That looks pretty good. So this one's going to be rotated 45. And in theory, I can do Control V and subtract. And then it would be what? Negative 45? Or 180? Or 45 plus 180? Oh, it doesn't work because of the... It's not a perfect... so that's not gonna work. But the angles might work. So this one's probably 180. Yeah. So we know the rotation. No cracks. We rotate this way. This is 225, I think. Is that correct? Alright, did I do any duplicates here? Yeah, you're dead. You're good. You're good. And you're good. Uh, 45 times, what, 5? Okay. 45 times 3, I think. 135. All right. There's my custom extraction points. Oh my god, I made a gear. How that is so funny. I made a gear. And it fits the clockwork theme. That is hilarious. Alright. So now they look a little nicer when they open. I need to fix the ruins. There's something super messed up with the ruin direction at the moment. So the static mesh needs to be facing -90, I think. Yeah. -90. And so these are super off location now. And I'm going to lower them a bit more. Actually, let's do this. Let's fix them. Polygroup edit. Actually, I don't even need to do polygroup edit. I just need to do xform, edit pivot, bottom. Done. Alright, so now it's properly at the bottom. Now the arrow I'm going to put here. And I need to make sure this arrow is kind of massive. I need to make sure they're pointed in the right direction. Just not that way. Negative. I suppose these do have, oh, they'll be a little bit off again. Never mind. It's not like a perfect circle thing, so I keep forgetting that. Okay. Try and get in the center. All right, extraction point's looking much better. So I need to fix that real quick. It's just a ruin chosen. And so viewport. What? Oh, by default it's nothing on it. So why is it getting 2 updates? Oh, it must be just be happening twice because of the cheat codes, I bet. That's probably what it is. Let me check. It's probably just a cheat code bug. The hell? What's going on? Okay, here's the problem. Now it just happened once, I believe. Or not. Oh, okay, so this is the setting the ruins on the extraction points. This is setting the ruin for this. Okay, weird. Now it works. So bar, triangle, dot, which is extraction point 8. I don't know if that's the right one now. Maybe it's this one. Oh, the vibes are coming in though really well though. I think I need to make those ones a little bit slower. So now I got a little bit of the environment. Nope, that's the wrong one. I think. Hold up. Am I getting the wrong? Where'd that print string come from? Why is the client running this? That could be why. Okay. Why and how is the client running this? Oh. Because I told them to run the cheats that way. That's why. That's why I'm getting so many weird bugs. This is supposed to have switch on authority. Oh yeah, I need to double check my. So this guy here, behind it is. Behind to the right is extraction point 1. Behind to the left is extraction point 8. And so it is extraction point 3. So 1. Oh, that might be 8. We'll try 1, 2, 3. I might make those, definitely make those, like hit you. I didn't even look at the damn symbol. Such a dork. Extraction failed. Okay. Let's look at the actual symbol this time. Alright, so it's extraction point 5. I'm literally going to snip this now. Ugh. Which should be 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll check 4, and that should be 5. So bar, triangle, dot. That's not this one. So it's probably this one, and indeed I do have a rotation problem, I think, on the first one, on the actual spinner thing. Okay. Back to the spinner. So the rotation is wrong. It looks like the wrong symbol. So now it's dot. And it's extraction point 6. So I think 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, these definitely need to so there it is, dot, triangle, bar. I think I'm getting some MIPS that I don't want on extraction complete. Okay. Yeah, so all of these no min-maps. Save. Yeah, that's better. Woo, charger. I didn't even look. Extraction point 4. So we have bar, dot, triangle. 1, 2, where's the thing? 1, 2, 3, and 4. So this is dot, triangle, bar. Is that the same? Dot, triangle, bar. Okay, so Damn you! Zombies! You have striken me down. The bars, my enemies killed me. So it is distraction point 4. So that should be like 1, 2. It's either this one, that one, or that one. So that one is not it. That one should be it. Yeah, these are moving way too fast. I think I have 2 there. Extract. Yay. Oh, it's okay. So it's the doors. So once the extractions doors are fully open, we're just going to destroy actor. And then this guy here needs to be even slower. So let's try adding a 0 to everything and seeing the feeling out of it. I wonder if it helps push me at all. Okay, so if I move, collision happens. But if I stand still, it doesn't push me out. Alright, so extraction point 2. So bar, triangle, dot. Okay. Looks like it's all good. And this thing should destroy itself once it's finally done. Yep. No more Z fighting. And I'll put these ones at like a slightly. So we'll do that one at like 1 times speed. This one at like .5. And then this one at I guess I'll do .75. And then this is .5. And that is 3 zeros, 2 5. 3 zeros, 5. Okay. So extraction point 8 is this one here, and it's bar, triangle, dot. I'm just doing a little bit of QA on my extraction points, since I'm kind of focused there. But the environment's perfect. Like it's got the major components down, and so now I just need to I need to get the enemies in, and the main character in. Is now the focus there. Bar, triangle, dot. And then you can get in. Then you can do like a little bit of the staging pass of all the other stuff, and throw in some calculated clutter throughout the world. Alright, I need to go to the bathroom. I'll be RB. Before I forget, I need to put this back to hidden game. And it's like I don't even need this right now. And yeah, I'm BB. Alright, so now we get into very, very basic concept art for my monsters. Where's my board? So, these are the monsters I have, basically. And I actually have 2 flyers. And so, the theme we're doing is clockwork robots because I can animate a lot of those type of things in the engine and be very kind of programmer art. So clockwork robots. And like thinking about kind of simple shapes. And so we're going to just open up the modeling world. And we're going to mess with some shit here. Let's just go unlit. Never mind. Let's go lit. So let me think. How do I want to do this? First up, I'll take all these and just move them somewhere else because I need. Actually, I don't even think I need those up anymore. So the first thing we're going to do is the flyers are kind of easy. And so basically, I can do some paint concept art. So one of my flyers just shoots like 3 projectiles, and then one of them shoots a rocket. So this guy is going to be, I'll probably make him shoot 4, and like 2 per gun, and not like offset. And so he'll probably be some sort of flying box thing, like this, almost going back to, I will do like almost like a descent day thing. And I'll have like a gun like this, and a gun like this. We'll start there. So that's like the flyer number 1. And then the other flyer will go with like a different shape. Like some sort of pyramid shape. And it will be more cylinder type thing. And so like good shape identification for the different different flyers. So we can just go ahead and start doing that. We're going to go to modeling. And I'm just going to reset this right now. And I need to think about character scale a little bit real quick before I start this. Let's do a box. Any character scale. 100's pretty short. Maybe 300. Like maybe that will be the character scale, roughly. I guess the one test here. Let's go to ring X or ring base. Oh, I do need to delete all the other rings real quick to clean this up. So 4, 8, 16, 2. Those are good ones. These shouldn't be used by anything. Emote server. heck do I reference this thing? Huh. Alright, you're being that way, huh? That could be for an effect. Nope. Alright, I'm like completely wasting time on just being a little bit overly organized at the moment, but it's kind of a force of habit. Alright, so this is my player reference here. And I'm going to have to let's go test this real quick. So I hit play. Yeah, that's way too big. Okay, let's go 200. Even that feels a little tall still. I kind of want to be shorter than the Unreal Mannequin. I don't want to be super tall. Um, There we go, 175. Maybe a little long, a little bit shorter. Yeah, I think that character size looks pretty good. Um, all right, so we have a player size, and now we can start modeling the first thing. So I'm just going to go ahead and delete this thing. We do not need it. And then so the first flyer thing is going to be pretty small. Yeah, it's kind of like this shape-ish thing. And let me quickly model. So at the moment, I'm mostly just playing with shapes. I'm not worried about super final stuff here. I'm trying to do like a sketch. this guy at the world center. This helps a little bit. Some sort of flying thing like this. I could put some weird display on it. So that's like a standard robot type thing. I'm kind of like, there's a little bit of like Arc, whatever that game is called, Arc. Arc Survival. Arc Raiders. Arc Raider enemies. So they have like super futuristic stuff. So how can I try and take that into more of a clockworky aspect? If we flip this, what's it look like? Yeah, now we're Star Trek. Yeah, I don't like it like that. It doesn't make sense to have the cannons angled, really. I don't think, at least. Well, let's play with this shape a little. I don't know. Like this. We edge loop. There. Hmm. I don't know what the hell's going on with that, but I'm not worrying about that right now. I don't know why it's acting like this. It's so weird. This is so weird why this shape is doing this. I'm kind of liking that head shape a little bit. I don't know why it's so jacked though. So we'll try and rebuild it real quick. Um, Let's do like a little bit of extra work here. I guess let's do some bevels first. Get those in. Let's the basic shape and just bevel. Accept. Now we'll just do some edge loops. That's probably too much. That's probably fine. There should be a hit back faces. Okay. So now, technically I want it right now. And take this. Hmm. Yeah, I do think I want the body there. Um, the scaling might be the thing that's screwing my thing up. But I don't know. It's like way too big for a flyer, I think. You're not. Oh, you know what? I kind of just answered my question. I could do a cog-esque flyer. Some sort of like, that's not the most terrible. It's got some weird issues with the lighting and stuff, but it's not like a terrible body design. And I could have his head spinning for some added flair there. That's not bad. The UVs are got off on these things. That might be fixable, I'm not sure. So I can actually go, let's do, do that. repeat the same on the bottom. I think that's better. I could potentially try control rig animation too. That's somewhat interesting of an idea. And then we should do a little bit of this type stuff. Do this, and maybe something like that. I could cut these corners off a little bit. I'm gonna save that one there. Then let's what? Okay, that worked. It's not crazy, but it's something. Yeah, I think that's my first enemy design. Just throw out some. And I'll worry about texturing and stuff later. So this is flyer number 1. Get some text in here. So that's the flyer number 1. He shoots 3 I'll make him shoot 4 projectiles now, and hopefully I'll be able to make them come out of the cannon each time. And so it'd be like pew 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 pew, pew 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 type thing. And then you look at the scale of him relative to the person. It's kind of small. He's supposed to be kind of like the trash monster of flyers. So that's whatever. Next up is the other flyer, which is more of a rocket launcher guy. So we can keep some of the design shapes here and just things like if we rotate 45, and then keep a similar cannon. Actually, just do a little bit different of a cannon. Create like a cylinder. Not terrible. Something like that. I could attach the cannon a bit better. Make it come down. Okay. And what else we got? The flyer guys. Got some zombies. They look, they're kind of small. They would have to be bigger. It's better. I'm trying to go for like rough shapes right now. Then I'm going to think about designing some thematic pieces, like clockwork things, and tying those in. So the skeletons kind of want a little bit taller than the character, like that. Now I keep saying skeletons. They're supposed to be robots. So clockwork robots. So I might not even need a head. Or much of one. And maybe like a disjointed body like that or something. And I need something to like attack with. I could go a little bit like Zelda, where this thing kind of just swings around for the melee attack. I think I'm going to let that cook a little bit. This is the zombie. Oh, there's a shadow there. Okay, whatever. So yeah, at this point, I think I need to start doing some thematic stuff. It's the 24th already. I really need to try and get at least a rough sketch for every enemy down. So this guy I could cheap out and do like a bigger version of this guy here, and maybe a different color. But I do think let's do a disc. Or maybe do the cylinder thing. We'll do radius of 25. I guess a radius of 20. Height of 20. Height of 10 actually. We're going to create our gear. Same thing, but this one is a radius of 25. And I think I did way too many slices. So I have to, I mean, I'll keep that off the side. Maybe I need it. Maybe I'll use it for something, but I need to do this again. Wait, what? Okay, yeah. But we're going to go with like 8 slices. That's way more manageable. This one's 20. Whoa. That did not work. I think I forgot to do that. Okay. So that's one. And now we can do like the little some face things. Extrude. Okay, I don't want that, clearly. I think I have to do... Come on. Alright, what am I trying to do here? Is it just that I'm trying to do? Yeah, that seems right. I'm going to go top view. Okay. Okay, let's save that one over there. Dope. Okay. Alright, let's repeat that. And then I should I should save some of these stages. I have this guy at least. Yeah, I should have beveled a little bit. Do I literally have to, I might have to just remake the thing. Well, we're creating different parts, so not the most terrible thing. But when I'm modeling like this, I'm supposed to save these parts a bunch throughout. So, cylinder again. This one's the 21. Then we do another cylinder. This one's 25. And then we can invert the normals. Okay, so now we save that off. And these are what Unreal calls dynamic instances, so they're not actually static mesh. So I can continue to work from here. And so now what I wanted to do was bevel these by a small amount, maybe 2. And so I see some value in like both. So I can do another bevel by a value of 1. And then we can also do a non-hollow one. Oop. Supposed to keep that. Oh, before I do that, so once again, copy this over. Now we can select all these. And then bevel that to 1. Accept. You can bevel that as 2. And I don't think I need to bevel the center part. How would that look if I beveled the center? And it doesn't. Oh. Hmm. Just adds in their face. Doesn't really do anything. which I don't really want exactly. And so now with this guy, if I select the face and extrude, it'll look like that. Oh, and technically we want like a small hole in this one, is what I was kind of trying to go for. So in this case, we're going to do like a 5 radius. And then another one at 25. And then once again, okay. Once again, save that off. Bevel 1. Okay. Okay, for whatever reason it's doing that. Fixed distance of what? 25? 5? 15? 10? 10's probably good. really killing me. But yeah, I'm just chipping away at some, I guess, thematic parts that match. Like that's gonna be my hopefully um, and then we could like potentially bevel all of this. I don't think I need the middle ones, right? No. And so like that could be the body to something. It could be like a little neck piece. Now I do think we need some more height on the faces here. Like so. Bring it in a little bit. And then yeah, I think that's what that's my approach to this. I'm going to start making a whole bunch of different like clockwork-ish parts. And like if we throw on what? Brass? Alright, well the brass doesn't work at the... Let's duplicate this one, brass. Do character. Brass. And then scale. Something like that. We'll get to it. Then we can do some like tubes. That's a cone, that's not what we wanted. Cancel. Radius 5. Got 50 height. these things can be like stuck inside those things. Might even have to do a smaller one. Crate, cylinder. Okay. So looking like these type of things. Gears. And like just going back to these are like a little bit too robot futuristic oriented. So I could get this stuff into here now. This guy could be like this. And maybe this spins. I don't want too much movement in the character stuff because it's not how Quake was, but so if I did a cannon, I would probably just actually get let's just put this back here. I'd probably do maybe one of these. Something like this. Something like that. And I'd like go through attach it properly about the bottom. Might make more sense to just do that, but something like that. Let's do random. Try this character. Let's do oh, this doesn't even have normals because we're never mind. Oh, I could not even do a cannon. I could just do a ring. And that's a little bit better design. And then rockets come from here. Yeah, I like that design. And then this thing could be spinning. Like every time we spin. Maybe that's a telegraph. Okay, that's a pretty solid. I like that. Oh, we do need to fix this guy. And sure, we'll go. I guess we'll keep both. Let's put that guy over there. Polygroup edit. Yeah, so he shoots rockets out of his weird circle thing as he flies around. I like that. That guy over there. All right, very happy with this one. I like that. These guys are. This is definitely could use some work. What are some other clockworky parts? Parts. So I like looking at random shit. Some of them have long limbs with like joints. Like piping. I could do three gear hole things. Arrows. Wind up things could be interesting. These could be interesting. That's a good photo to look at. I like this one's kind of thinner. So if I took, I don't need that anymore. Is that six-sided? Yeah, that one's six-sided. So we should be able to use this guy. Get these all out of the way for a moment. And then oh wait, before I do cancel action, accept, and save that one off. Then we go in. And now I can do this part. And now we can tighten this up a little bit with this face. Oh, I think I have to do these one by one. Sadly, not extrude. And then we're going to bevel like crazy here. Or maybe not. Let's just leave it like that for now. I sort of like this idea of the rings being how things shoot. As if they're like portals or something. And so this could just be an enemy just like this. And then I say goodbye to this guy. there's a chance I can put like a almost like a similar, some sort of like texture in the middle, but I don't know. Some negative space I think is good. I might actually try and do the animations through, if I can get everything, like, you know, basically conceptualized here. And textured, I think I will try and get into some little tests with control rig. That's too dinky. I think this is not entirely necessarily, but it's probably better without it. Adds a little bit to the bottom. Yeah, no, I'm gonna say no. Alright, well, we got two things figured out. Those are the easy ones because they're just flying things that shoot. I was watching a little video. Let me go try this real quick because I learned something new. level. Let's see how this changes at all. So textures, I think it's grass and brass. Grass and brass. That does look a little better. Yeah, yeah. Unreal Engine, disable depth of field. I don't think I need that, but I think this would be just in the rendering features, I guess. Save all. Okay, maybe not. Let's get that other one back. And then, oh yeah, I don't even need that one. Grayson, hey. Sorry I missed your message. And Cord, hey, too. Sorry. Oh my God, missed Cord's message 3 hours ago. Yeah, I know. I'm all in on this project. Just to see it through, and so I'm doing Quake graphics right now, like experimenting with stuff. I have the feel down. I don't know if you're still there, but I definitely have some good vibes going on with everything. So this is when like everything's complete, obviously, but um, the vibes of the world is really coming together. And so I got a lot of these so-called um, just the game, the feel of the environment is looking really cool right now. So now I want to get the enemies in, and then I'll have the character as well. So I'm trying to kind of conceptually design all the enemies, but the environment's pretty much the core of the environment's done. Like I'm fine with the environment staying like this. And then when I have time, obviously try and sprinkle in some clutter, all that stuff. But we got some really nice vibes going on. And so now I'm trying to do some like live 3D modeling, conceptualized design. And I do that in this modeling level, so I'm trying to go with like clockwork robots in a way. And so it's a little bit Arc Raiders, a little bit, I don't know. I don't even know what it's from exactly, but you know, sort of Arc Raiders, but clockwork. Trying to figure that out, and so I'm trying to design little parts that can be reused, so they all kind of thematically connect. And so I don't think I'm going to go too many square thing, or maybe the melees are a square, and that's how I differentiate them a little bit. But instead of having like a I think I'm just gonna make like a giant key-ish thing. So I could take one of these. I think I have a previous one, right? I think it's maybe this one. Yeah, and we're just going to extrude one side of this. Let's do extrude, fixed, distance, we'll say 50, maybe. Can bevel that. Or do I want to bevel it? Yeah, I'll probably bevel it. Yeah, actually, that's really good. Alright, so now this can be used on like my melee guy in some way. This is like the so-called little trash zombie. And he'll do like a little spin chop attack. Um, and maybe I do. Let's try this guy. Like maybe we just don't go any type of humanoid. I think I like the idea of some sort of square thing. That's getting too complicated for a little trash thing. I'm not entirely sold on this guy yet. think I like the body like this. Can do double rings maybe. That's not terrible. Then I could maybe maybe they all have like a little power core as part of their design. Child, character, power, core. I could do some, if I get the animation right on this thing, it could be super freaking cute. I think of this little hop around with like lots of bounce. I think I'm liking that. And maybe we just have another recurring theme of power cores. Do you want the pivot to be centered here? And we can have different colored power cores. This one definitely needs to be up more. All right, that's 3 down. That's good enough. And I think I can really sell this guy with if I can get the animation right. Okay, so let's go to my board. So these guys are good. These guys are done. And these guys are done. And so now we can take the design of this guy. It's going to be knight. So now we could technically take this like further. Maybe this whole thing is like this. And I might even not. I'll take this away. And we're just going to take this over here. And then maybe we do a different style one. So we can quickly mod this. I need not this one. I need this one. And so I want the points that are even to each other. So I think are these ones. This is still not the right one. Did I really, I might have fucked this one up. Or didn't save it properly. Need to do that, and then maybe I just repeat it. Do I do a double? No. I need this but shorter. So I'm just got to redo it, I guess. So the only thing I did, I think, was I was doing insert edge loop, distance. Okay. Now we can take these guys. We'll go like 20. Before I do that, let's just be easier to just do this. Okay, what did I do there? We went 2.5 and then up 1. And once again, I didn't save it, but whatever. We have a cool theme coming through here. I might not even need this bottom one. Maybe. Let's maybe like make it a bit more dainty. All right, night's good. Fine with that. Again, I have to pick my battles, and I'd rather have a finished game than a not finished game. So, and to further differentiate them, I will probably have different colored cores. And the night or the charger is going to basically be similar to the night, but just no something like this. I can probably play with size a bit more. And I could do maybe I could have it so they have like a key thing, like from the back. Maybe this like comes down and back up. Or maybe I don't even do the ring. Oh, actually, I like that. Idea like this. I like that. So I'm not just focused yet on finishing the design here, but getting loosely stuff tied together. All right, this is the charger. Yeah, we're getting some good shape design here, and then consistency throughout stuff. So now we have only 4 left, and I might have to call it quits here, because my kiddo's sleeping, has been getting me up constantly, so I will just head to bed. Got some stuff done, but I had to do a lot of research this time around. And like if you look, this is like the player size here. So zombies easy, knights a little stronger, you know, chargers big, you know, easy flyers smaller, big flyers bigger, a little more durable. And then we did a whole bunch of texturing, figured that out. Did our little settings for the world, some rendering settings, sky, some grass look to it. Learned, downloaded an app called Wally. This is Wally, but this is Wally. Really helped me do some quick textures. I don't need to save those. And overall, I think these are pretty easy designs now. I've got the hard part down, just the direction of how I'm going to get this thing done in time. So, yeah, I got some theming done with the different characters. So tomorrow I'm hoping I can finish the enemy AI completely. I'll finish the designs. I'll figure out how to do. Let me see if I can just finish the design. So a shotgun thing. I could just reuse this a little bit. So that's the zombie. Let's just finish the designs. As much as I don't want to. Move this over here. This is shotgunner. This is sniper. So shotgunner will take, again, just a little bit of reusable design here. Something like that. And then maybe the sniper. What could we do differently with the sniper? Different trim. Like this guy here. Something like that. It's too complicated. He needs something a little bit more to him. Oh, I could just do, because he's like a shotgunner, it will literally symbolize. Something like that. That looks terrible. Power 3 maybe. Yeah, I like the sniper. He's good. Could do something like that. Maybe. I think I like the current size of the so-called heads. Alright, that's probably good enough for those guys. A grenader. Actually, I have to move these down here. And Shambler. So these guys mostly are going to be definitely a huge size difference. That's for sure. And so I think an easy win for the Shambler is quite literally just like a giant fucking like Death Star thing. Because he just shoots giant lightning bolts, which is pretty easy to do out of your giant orb. And then the Grenader is a little harder because he's throwing grenades. Oh, here's an easy one. I have 2 of these. I haven't reused this yet. So yeah, let's we're gonna edit this. Oh, let me snap it. We gotta do this over here properly. Get smaller. Something like this. All right, enemies are done. There's my concepts. I'll sleep on it and then refine them tomorrow and like actually try and combine them all together. But yeah, so when this like the zombie guy hits, this thing will spin. This guy has his little thing here that will spin, and he kind of chases you down. This guy is a charger, but when he does attack, he will strike like that. This guy's a shotgunner, so he'll I'll change up the shotgun code to shoot from these eyeballs, different ones. This is the sniper, so it'll be like a more blast coming from the thing here. This is the flyer. Just 3 shots come out of his center of him. This is the rockets. Rockets come out of the center of this thing. I might like cut out a bottom here for him or something. I guess no, it's good. Grenader, he's going to just throw grenades out from wherever he is. And then the Shambler, he's going to be shooting lightning bolts as he's flying around. So all in all, enemies are designed. They're already working in the game. So that part's done. I just need to finish the so-called art stuff. And then I can really start testing some juice. Obviously, I have to do the character as well, the player character. So there is that. But yeah, got some decent themes going on here, and then each one will have probably a different colored power source, whatever you call it. But I think they're going to look pretty cool once they're in there. So yeah, that's a huge load off me of making sure everything's conceptually done. So yeah, I'm going to try and get some snooze, and hopefully I'll be well rested tomorrow, or at least somewhat rested tomorrow. My kid would not let me sleep much, so I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.